Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like 2 small ghosts leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. 2 children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from: the overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen, they were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger, it was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this, moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannons with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannan homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannan. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book, it's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark, a cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. Imagine a man standing in the twilight of the Appalachian Mountains. A shotgun roars, and the buckshot tears through the air, striking him square in the face. But the man doesn't fall. He doesn't even scream. He simply spits the lead pellets onto the ground as if they were cherry pits, a cold grin spreading across his face. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was the reality for those who dared to cross Tally Iron Jaws Hall. The whispers in Wise County said he was more than a man. They said he was enchanted, that bullets couldn't kill him. But was he a demon born of mountain folklore? Or was the truth something far stranger, something hidden in the very marrow of his bones? Today, we separate the legend from the man to find out what really made Tally Hall the bandit who couldn't be killed. To understand the man, you must first understand the mountains that made him. In the late 19th century, Wise County, Virginia, was a world unto itself. It was a labyrinth of steep hollows, dense forests, and rushing creeks where the outside world felt 1,000,000 miles away. The land was both a provider and a tyrant. It gave families corn from the bottomlands and game from the woods, but it demanded back-breaking work in return. Life here was simple, hard, and governed by unwritten laws older than any courthouse. Family was everything, and an insult to your kin was an insult to you. In this world, Mabra Tally Hall was born. He wasn't born a monster or a legend. He was just another mountain boy, learning the ways of his people. And in these parts, the most important craft, the very lifeblood of the local economy, was turning corn into whiskey. Moonshining wasn't seen as a crime by many. It was a tradition, a skill passed from father to son. It was how you turned a surplus crop into cash, how you paid for medicine, tools, or a piece of land to call your own. Tally learned the trade early, mastering the art of the still, understanding the subtle science of fermentation and distillation under the dark Appalachian night. He was a big man, powerfully built from a life of hard labor. People knew him as strong, quiet, and fiercely protective of his own. He worked his still, provided for his family, and lived by the mountain code. In these early days, he was just a distiller, respected for the quality of his product. He was part of a community of others just like him, men who saw the federal government's whiskey tax not as a law to be obeyed, but as an intrusion by a foreign power trying to steal the bread from their tables. The conflict wasn't just about money, it was about pride and independence. The people of these mountains had always taken care of themselves. They built their own homes, grew their own food, and settled their own disputes. The arrival of federal marshals, the revenuers, was seen as a declaration of war on their entire way of life. These outsiders didn't understand the mountains or the people who lived in them. They saw moonshiners as simple criminals, not as farmers and family men trying to survive. And in this simmering tension, the seeds of Tally Hall's future were sown. He wasn't just making whiskey, he was making a stand. Every barrel he sold was an act of defiance. But this quiet rebellion couldn't last forever. The government was determined to enforce its laws, and men like Tally were just as determined to resist. The calm of the mountains was about to be shattered by the crack of rifles, and a simple moonshiner named Tally Hall would soon be forced to become something far more dangerous to survive. The world was coming for him, and it would learn that he would not be taken easily. The law came for Tally Hall not with a polite knock, but with the splintering of wood and the cold gleam of rifle barrels. It happened on a misty morning, deep in a holler where the smell of sour mash hung heavy in the air. Tally was working his still with his brother when two federal marshals, led by a man named Red Blevins, crashed through the undergrowth. They weren't there to talk, they were there to make an example. With a sneer, Blevins kicked over a barrel of fermenting corn, the lifeblood of the Hall family business spilling into the dirt. For a mountain man, this was more than the destruction of property. It was a profound insult, a strike against his pride and his ability to provide. Tally stood frozen for a moment, his massive hands clenched into fists. He didn't say a word. According to the stories passed down, Marshal Blevins then raised his axe, not to the still itself, but to the worm, the delicate copper coil that was the heart of the operation. As the axe came down, something inside Tally Hall snapped. The quiet distiller was gone, and in his place stood something far more primal. What happened next became the first chapter of his legend. Tally didn't reach for a gun. He lunged forward, moving with a speed that was terrifying in a man his size. He met the marshals not with bullets, but with bone and sinew. He broke one man's arm with a single brutal twist and sent the other flying with a blow to the chest that knocked the wind clean out of him. Red Blevins, the leader, found himself lifted off the ground by his throat, staring into eyes that held no mercy. Tally didn't kill him. He simply threw him down the hillside like a sack of grain, leaving him broken and humiliated. The marshals limped back to the town of Wise, carrying with them not just bruises and broken bones, but a story of a man who fought like a cornered bear. The line had been crossed. This was no longer about an unpaid tax. Tally Hall had assaulted federal officers. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and his name was no longer just whispered among moonshiners. It was now spoken with fear and anger in the courthouse. He was officially a fugitive, a wanted man with a price on his head. Tally knew what this meant. There was no going back. He couldn't return to a quiet life. He had stood his ground, and now the full weight of the law was coming for him. But instead of running, he dug in. He gathered his brothers and his kin, men who believed in the same code he did. The forest that had been his workshop now became his fortress. The first drops of blood had been shed, not by Tally, but by the government's attempt to break him. And Tally Hall had answered in the only language he knew they would understand. The war had begun. With a price on his head, Tally Hall became the most hunted man in Wise County. But hunting him and catching him were two very different things. The mountains were his kingdom, and he moved through them like a ghost. This drove his rivals, other moonshiners whose business he had crushed with his own brand of violent enforcement, to a point of desperation. They decided to do what the law couldn't. They set a trap on the Pound Gap, a treacherous road that snaked through the mountains, a place where a man could disappear without a trace. They waited in the deep shadows as Tali rode alone, a silhouette against the rising moon. As he passed a narrow bend, the night erupted. A shotgun blast, fired from less than 20 feet away, struck him full in the head and upper body. The sound echoed through the holler, a deafening roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Tali's horse shrieked and crumpled to the ground, its legs tangled in a dying heap. The ambushers stepped out from their cover, rifles ready, expecting to see a body. But Tali Hall was still standing. He swayed on his feet, stunned by the impact, but he did not fall. The men watched in frozen disbelief as he slowly raised a hand to his face. There was a strange, gravelly sound, and then he spat something dark onto a broadleaf plant on the roadside. He did it again and again. The moonlight caught the objects, and the attackers felt a cold dread creep up their spines. They were lead pellets. Buckshot. He was spitting the bullets out of his own flesh. It was in this moment that the man died, and the legend was born. The attackers weren't looking at a moonshiner anymore. They were looking at something torn from the pages of a dark folk tale, a creature the mountains themselves had made. He took a step towards them, his face a mask of cold fury. One of the men, shaking with fear, raised his rifle and fired again. The bullet slammed into Tali's chest with a sickening thud, a sound like a hammer hitting stone. It barely staggered him. The sounds that followed were not of gunfire. They were the sounds of snapping wood as Tali ripped a rifle from one man's hands and broke it over his knee like a twig. They were the dull, heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh, followed by choked-off cries of pain. He didn't use a gun. He didn't need to. He moved among them like a storm, and when the terrible, frantic noise was over, only silence remained. He left the men broken and scattered on that lonely road, a living testament to his unnatural resilience. From that night on, he was no longer just Tali Hall. He was Iron Jaws Hall. The story spread like wildfire, carried on hushed whispers from one holler to the next. They said he was protected by a witch, that he had made a pact with the devil. The truth, doctors would speculate many years later, may have been a rare medical condition called Paget's disease, which causes bones to become abnormally thick and dense, essentially creating a form of natural armor. But in the dark woods of Wise County, no one cared about a medical diagnosis. The only truth that mattered was the one they saw with their own eyes and heard in the terrified tales of the survivors. Tali Hall was enchanted. He was bulletproof, and if you shot him, you had better pray you killed him with the first shot, because you would not get a second. The silence that fell over Pound Gap after the failed ambush was deeper and more terrifying than the roar of the shotgun that had started it. The broken men who dragged themselves back to civilization did not speak of a botched attack. They spoke of a nightmare. They told a story not of a fight, but of an encounter with something inhuman, something that ate lead and paid it back with crushing force. Their words, laced with genuine terror, were far more potent than any rumor. The legend of Iron Jaws Hall was no longer a whispered bit of folklore. It was now a sworn testimony, sealed in fear. Tali Hall himself seemed to understand the power of what had happened. He didn't retreat deeper into the mountains. Instead, he did the opposite. He became more visible, more brazen. He knew that fear was a more effective weapon than any rifle. His reputation preceded him, a silent, invisible guard that cleared his path. Other moonshiners, men who had once been his rivals, now fell in line. They either paid him a tribute to operate, a tax of their own, or they got out of the business entirely. To defy Tali was to challenge a man who bullets supposedly couldn't harm. No one was willing to take that chance. The authorities were now faced with an impossible situation. The reward for Tali's capture was increased, becoming a small fortune for the time. But money meant nothing against superstition. Deputies who were brave enough to face a dozen armed men would hesitate at the thought of confronting Tali Hall alone. Informants dried up. their fear of the law replaced by a much more primal fear of iron jaws. The manhunt, once an active pursuit, became a cold case file gathering dust on a shelf. They were hunting a ghost who was very much alive, a man who ruled a shadow empire from the heart of their jurisdiction. The community became a landscape of fear and fascination. On one hand, Tali was a boogeyman. People would lock their doors a little tighter at night, and his name was used to frighten misbehaving children. He was the embodiment of the violence and lawlessness that festered in the deep woods. But on the other hand, a quiet, grudging respect grew for him in some corners. He was a mountain man, one of their own, who was single-handedly defying the federal government and winning. He was a symbol, however dark, of Appalachian grit and refusal to bow down. The ashes of that ambush on Pound Gap were not from a fire, but from the smouldering ruin of Tali Hall's mortality. What was left was a silence born of pure dread. He had become the undisputed king of the Wise County underworld, not just a criminal, but a living legend whose power was rooted in the belief that he could not be killed by ordinary means. The law was powerless, his rivals were terrified, and Tali Iron Jaws Hall walked the mountains not as a fugitive, but as a conqueror. Tali Iron Jaws Hall never stood trial in a courthouse. He was never made to sit on a hard wooden bench and listen to lawyers argue over his fate. The law of men, with its warrants, judges and juries, proved utterly powerless against him. His trial was a rolling, years-long affair, held in the dark hollows and on the treacherous mountain roads. The prosecuting attorneys were the bounty hunters and federal marshals who came for him, and the evidence they presented was the buckshot and rifle slugs they fired his way. The bounty on his head grew to be a legendary sum, drawing daring men from neighboring states. They came with new rifles and hardened resolve, dreaming of the fame and fortune that would come from bringing in Iron Jaws Hall. They formed posses, laid intricate traps, and combed the mountains, convinced they would succeed where others had failed. They were, in effect, a traveling court, come to Wise County to deliver a sentence. But Tali Hall was his own defense attorney, and his arguments were brutally effective. One by one, the posses were outsmarted, the traps were sidestepped, and the bounty hunters were met with a terrifying response. Some were found beaten near to death, left as a warning on the side of a road. Others simply vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. The verdict in each of these violent encounters was the same. Tali Hall walked away. He was judged by the laws of survival, and in that court he was consistently found innocent by virtue of being the last man standing. This was not justice, it was dominance. Tali had replaced the law of the land with his own law of fear. But the justice of the mountains is a patient, cruel thing. For every man he intimidated, he created an enemy. For every family he terrorized, he sowed the seeds of a future reckoning. His invincibility had made him arrogant, and he had forgotten the most fundamental rule of his world. There is always someone tougher, someone more desperate, or someone with a better aim. The final trial came without warning. A lawman, some say a deputy named Doc Swindle, decided the only way to stop a legend was to meet it head-on. He didn't come with a warrant. He came with a rifle and a resolve as hard as the mountain stone. He hunted Tali not as a lawman pursuing a criminal, but as a predator stalking its prey. He found him on a lonely path, and there was no talk, no chance to surrender. The air cracked with the sound of a single, well-aimed shot. This time, Iron Jaws fell. He hit the dirt, and this time he did not get back up. The bullet, they say, was special. Some claim it was silver, others that it was filled with mercury, designed to overcome whatever magic protected him. But whether it was magic or lead, the verdict was finally in. Tali Hall was guilty, and the sentence was death. It was a verdict delivered not by a jury, but by a lone gunman, and it raises the ultimate question. Was this the law of men at last catching its fugitive? Or was it simply the brutal, unforgiving justice of the mountains finally claiming one of its own? Tally Iron Jaws Hall was buried in a small, remote cemetery in Wise County, not far from the lands he once ruled. For years, his grave was marked only by a simple fieldstone, as if even in death, people were afraid to carve his name for fear of what it might conjure. Today, a more formal headstone stands, a silent testament to the man who was once a living terror. Local historians and descendants still visit, standing over the patch of earth that finally managed to hold him, and they wonder. The physical landscape has changed. Pound Gap is no longer a treacherous dirt track, but a paved highway, US Route 23, that carries thousands of cars a day. Commuters and truckers speed through the cut in the mountain, their minds on schedules and destinations, completely unaware that they are passing through the very spot where a man once stood and spat buckshot back at his would-be killers. But for those who know the story, a drive through the gap, especially as evening falls, feels different. The shadows seem deeper, and the wind whistling through the rocks sounds like a whisper from the past. The legend of Iron Jaws has outlived the man by more than a century. It survives in the oral traditions of Appalachia, a story told by grandparents to their grandchildren, a campfire tale that happens to be true. While modern science offers a plausible explanation in the form of Paget's disease, that dry medical term has none of the power or romance of the legend. In the mountains, the story of the enchanted moonshiner who couldn't be killed by bullets remains the preferred version. It speaks to a deeper truth about the region, a belief in the extraordinary, and a deep-seated suspicion of simple explanations. The name Hall still echoes through Wise County and the surrounding region. The descendants carry not just the name, but the complex legacy of their infamous ancestor. For some, it's a dark chapter best forgotten, a stain of violence on the family history. For others, it's a source of a strange, defiant pride, a reminder of an ancestor who refused to bow to anyone, who was a king in his own right, however brutal his reign. The story hasn't vanished. It's simply gone underground, living on in family Bibles and hushed conversations. The mountains remember everything, and the shadow of Tally Iron Jaws Hall is a long one. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the start of our journey. Was Tally Iron Jaws Hall truly enchanted by bullets? The logical mind points to science, to the rare bone disease that likely turned his skull and ribs into a natural, horrifying armor. And perhaps that is the simple, factual truth. But in the mountains, the truth is rarely simple. The real magic wasn't in his bones, it was in the power of belief. His legend became a weapon more potent than any gun, a shield more effective than any steel plate. The fear he created was so real, so absolute, that it may as well have been a genuine enchantment. This is a story that goes beyond a simple tale of a mountain outlaw. It is a raw and brutal lesson about the soul of Appalachia itself. It's a story about the fierce, untamable spirit of independence, but also a dark warning of what that spirit can become when it's stripped of its humanity. Tally Hall began as a man defending his way of life, a symbol of resistance against an outside world he didn't trust. But in his war against the law, he became a tyrant far more terrifying than any government agent, a monster who preyed on his own people. He is the ultimate Appalachian paradox, a folk hero and a villain forged in the same fire. The story of Iron Jaws teaches us that some legends are born not from fantasy, but from a truth so strange it has to be seen to be believed. He was a man of flesh and blood, but he became something more, an idea, a nightmare, a force of nature. Force. He walked the earth for a time, a king in a kingdom of shadows and fear, until the mountains that created him finally took him back. His name is now a whisper on the wind, a reminder that the old, wild magic of these hills has not entirely faded. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on May 5th, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job. It was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house, so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store, where your dollar was worth 50 cents, and you were paid not in American money, but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit, and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor. It was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route, they knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice, submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option, war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death, the death of the spirit or the risk of the death of the body. And then, They heard it. A low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. "Scatter." It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between 2 Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operator's power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gunsmoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question. Which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did. The gun thugs are gone. But the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now, Their bodies return to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce, protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose. Right here, this quiet clearing along the Tug Fork in Pike County, Kentucky. It doesn't look like much now, just some scattered foundation stones and a cold, lonely chimney swallowed by the woods. But if you stand here at dusk, when the fog rolls up from the river, you can almost feel the chill of a history that refuses to be buried. Here, where all you hear is the wind in the pines, more than a century ago, the silence was shattered by fire and gunfire. Most folks know the names Hatfield and McCoy, but they don't know the story of Nancy McCoy Phillips, the woman who stood at the heart of the storm. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from these ruins and piece together the story of a forgotten witness and the terrible price she paid for telling the truth. Let's wind the clock back. Imagine this clearing not as a ruin, but as a living homestead. See the log cabin, smoke curling from that same stone chimney, the scent of wood smoke and baking bread hanging in the air. This was the world of Nancy McCoy, born into a valley that was both a sanctuary and a prison. The Tug Fork River, just down the hill, wasn't just a landmark. It was a border. On this side, Kentucky, you were McCoy. On the other, West Virginia, you were Hatfield. And for Nancy, that border was a line drawn in her father's blood. She was the daughter of Asa Harmon McCoy, a Union soldier murdered by Hatfield sympathizers when he returned from the war. She grew up in the shadow of that unresolved killing, in a home where the name Hatfield was spoken like a curse. Her world was one of hard work and fierce loyalty, a place where a family's honor was its most valuable possession. Life was governed by the seasons, the rifle, and the Bible, but beneath it all ran a current of simmering hatred for the clan across the river. The McCoys, led by the grim patriarch Randolph, were a proud but struggling family. They scraped a living from the rocky soil, their lives intertwined with their neighbors through marriage, church, and shared hardship. They were a tight-knit clan, bound together by the knowledge that survival in these mountains depended on sticking with your own blood. To betray that trust was the greatest sin imaginable. Across the water, the Hatfields were a different power altogether. Led by the charismatic and intimidating William Anderson Devil Ants Hatfield, They were more prosperous, politically connected, and masters of the timber trade. They saw the McCoys as provincial and resentful. To them, loyalty was also paramount, and they answered any perceived slight with overwhelming force. They lived by their own law, a law enforced by Devil Anse and his formidable sons. This was Nancy's world, two powerful families staring at each other across a narrow river, each nursing grievances that festered year after year. It was a place of barn dances and church socials, but also of whispered threats and loaded guns propped by the door. It was a world waiting for a match to be struck, and Nancy McCoy, a girl defined by a Hatfield killing, was about to become that match. To understand how deep this story cuts, you have to look past the legends and get down to the hard facts. And sometimes, the most shocking facts are written on a simple piece of paper. In the Pike County Courthouse archives, buried in a dusty ledger, you'll find this: a marriage bond dated May the 14th, 1881. The names on it are clear, written in the elegant script of the time: John C. Hatfield and Nancy McCoy. This isn't just a historical document, it's a confession. It's a declaration of defiance. In the world of the Tug Valley, putting those two names together on an official record was like striking a match in a room full of dynamite. This paper marks the exact moment a McCoy daughter willingly crossed the river and gave herself to the son of her family's greatest enemy. And look at the groom's name: John C. Hatfield. This wasn't just any Hatfield. This was Devil Anse's handsome, silver-tongued son, a man already infamous for breaking the heart of Nancy's cousin, Rosanna McCoy, in a tragic affair that left Rosanna an outcast. This piece of paper tells us that Nancy walked into this union with her eyes wide open. It begs the question that still haunts this valley. What could possibly drive a woman whose father was killed by her new husband's kin to sign away her name, her family, and her future? That marriage bond wasn't a peace treaty. It was a declaration of war on Nancy's own family. You have to understand the power John C. Hatfield held. He was handsome, charming, and wild, the prodigal son of the most powerful man in the valley. For a young woman like Nancy, who had known nothing but hardship and the grim shadow of her father's murder, John C. might have looked like an escape. He represented a world with more money, more freedom, and perhaps a life beyond the endless cycle of McCoy grief. Whether it was true love or a desperate gamble, she made her choice. The moment her signature dried on that marriage bond in the Pikeville courthouse, the door to her old life slammed shut forever. To her father, Randolph McCoy, and the rest of the clan, this was the ultimate betrayal. She hadn't just married a Hatfield, she had married the son of Devil Anse, the man who embodied everything they hated. They saw it as a stain on her father's memory. In their eyes, she ceased to be a McCoy. She was a turncoat, a traitor to her own blood. On the West Virginia side of the river, her reception was likely little warmer. To Devil Anse and the Hatfield clan, John C. bringing home a McCoy bride was a victory, a symbol of their dominance. But she was still Asa Harmon McCoy's daughter. She was the enemy's blood. They would have watched her every move, listened to her every word, always wondering where her true loyalties lay. She was a trophy, but one they never fully trusted. And so Nancy found herself in a gilded cage. She lived in the Hatfield stronghold, surrounded by the very men her family accused of murder. She ate at their table, listened to their stories, and slept beside a man who was the flesh and blood of her sworn enemy. She had traded a home of bitter poverty for a home of silent suspicion. She was a woman without a country, caught in the no-man's land between two warring armies. The seeds of conflict weren't just being sown around her, they were being planted right in the heart of her own home. The paper trail of court records and marriage licenses can only tell you what happened. It can't tell you why. For that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the stories alive, the ones passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter. In a small house just outside Pikeville, I met a local historian whose family has lived in this valley since before the feud ever had a name. He's a man who has spent a lifetime separating fact from folklore. but he understands that sometimes the folklore holds the deeper truth. He laid out the official timeline of the feud with the precision of a scholar, speaking of land disputes and Civil War animosities. But when I asked him about Nancy, he leaned back in his chair and a different look came into his eyes. "The books will tell you the feud was about honor and property," he said, his voice low. "But down here, we know most wars start in the heart. And Nancy's story, that's a story of a heart broken twice." He explained that the official record states that Nancy's conscience was awakened by the sheer brutality of the New Year's night massacre of 1888, when her Hatfield in-laws burned her family's cabin and murdered her kin. "And that's true, I'm sure," the historian said. "But there's another story, one you won't find in any book. It's the story my grandmother used to tell." According to the whispers passed down through his family, Nancy's testimony wasn't just an act of justice, it was an act of revenge. John C. Hatfield, for all his charm, was a notorious philanderer. The story goes that by 1888, he had already begun casting Nancy aside for other women, openly humiliating the wife who had sacrificed everything for him. She was left alone for weeks at a time, a McCoy outcast living in a Hatfield house, serving a husband who no longer wanted her. In that context, the New Year's massacre wasn't just an attack on her family. It was an attack by the very people who protected and enabled the man who had betrayed her. Her choice to testify was no longer just about loyalty to her murdered cousins. It was the desperate act of a woman who had been betrayed by her birth family, and now scorned by the man she had chosen over them. She had absolutely nothing left to lose. And in these mountains, a person with nothing left to lose is capable of anything. The breaking point came on a night so cold, the trees themselves seemed to groan under the strain. It was New Year's night, 1888. A cold that had nothing to do with the weather had settled over the Tug Valley. Warrants were out for Devil Anse and his sons for the execution of the 3 McCoy boys years earlier. The law was closing in, and the Hatfields decided on a final, terrible solution. Wipe out Randolph McCoy and his family, and cut the head off the snake for good. Under a black, moonless sky, a posse of Hatfields, led by the merciless Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, crossed the frozen mud of the Tug Fork. They moved like ghosts through the Kentucky woods, their faces grim, their intent absolute. They weren't there for a fight. They were there for an extermination. They surrounded Randolph McCoy's small cabin, the same cabin Nancy had grown up in, and waited. The family was inside, asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sign of trouble wasn't a gunshot, but a flicker of orange against a window pane. The Hatfields had set the home ablaze. The family awoke to a nightmare of smoke and heat, the crackle of burning timbers their death knell. Randolph knew what was happening. He grabbed his rifle. The choice was stark: burn to death or face the guns waiting outside. He yelled for his family to run for their lives. As the cabin door burst open, the night erupted. Alifair McCoy, one of Nancy's cousins, ran from the inferno, her hands raised, pleading for her life. A shot cracked in the frozen air, and she fell silent on the frozen ground. Her brother Calvin, trying to provide cover fire, was cut down in a hail of bullets. Their mother, Sarah, rushed to her daughter's side and was met not with a bullet, but with something worse. She was beaten mercilessly with a rifle butt, the sound of the blows echoing in the night, a brutal punctuation to the slaughter. Old Randolph himself, by some miracle, slipped away into the darkness, a hunted animal, leaving behind the ruins of his home and the bodies of his children. Back in West Virginia, in a lonely cabin, Nancy McCoy Hatfield waited. Perhaps her husband John C. was out with the raiders, or perhaps he was simply gone, chasing another woman, as the family's story suggests. Either way, she heard them when they returned. She would have seen the feverish excitement in their eyes, smelled the acrid scent of gunpowder and wood smoke that clung to their clothes. She would have heard the boasts, the grim accounting of the night's work. In that moment, everything broke inside her. The slow poison of Johnson's infidelity fused with the fresh, raw agony of her family's murder. The men who had just butchered her kin were her husband's family, the clan she had sacrificed her own blood for. The betrayal was absolute, coming from both the man she had married and the family she had joined. The love, the hope, the desperation that had driven her across the river, it all burned away, leaving behind only a cold, hard core of resolve. There was no going back now. The war was no longer between Hatfield and McCoy. It was inside Nancy herself, and she had just chosen a side. This is the old Pike County Courthouse in Pikeville. It's still here, a stoic brick building that has watched over this town for more than a century. Tourists walk past it every day, maybe admiring the old architecture, but few understand the sheer weight of the history soaked into these walls. This building isn't just a landmark, it's a monument to the day the law finally tried to tame the feud. It was a battlefield, but the fighting wasn't done in the hollows with rifles. It was done in a courtroom with testimony. You have to picture it. In 1889, this square would have been a sea of tension. Bearded, armed men from both sides of the river would have crowded the streets, their eyes full of suspicion and hatred. The feud had been brought indoors, but the threat of violence was so thick you could taste it in the air. Every man in that courtroom was loyal to one side or the other, and they were all waiting to see if Kentucky law was strong enough to hold back the tide of blood vengeance. And right here, in a room just behind these tall windows, stood the witness stand. That small, elevated chair was the focal point of the entire war. This is where it happened. The climax of Nancy's story wasn't in a burning cabin or a midnight raid. It was in the suffocating silence of a courtroom, where the only sound was the scratching of a clerk's pen. The weapon that would decide the fate of the Hatfield clan wasn't a Winchester rifle or a Colt revolver. It was the voice of a single betrayed woman. Imagine walking into that courtroom. The air was thick with a century of bad blood, so heavy you could barely draw a breath. On one side of the room sat the Hatfields, stony-faced and armed. On the other, the McCoys, their eyes burning with a righteous fury. And into this deafening silence walked Nancy. She was a McCoy by birth, a Hatfield by marriage, and at that moment, she was an enemy to them all. Every eye in that room followed her as she made the long walk to the witness stand, her footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. She was utterly and completely alone. When she placed her hand on the Bible to be sworn in, a quiet ripple went through the crowd. The court clerk asked for her name. Her voice, clear and steady in the stillness, answered, "Nancy Hatfield." The name hung in the air, a final bitter acknowledgement of the life she was about to destroy. She was claiming the name of the very men she was there to condemn, a final cutting act of a bond being severed. The prosecutor began his questions, his voice calm and methodical. He asked her about the night of the fire. He asked her who was in her home. He asked her what she heard when the men returned from Kentucky. Nancy's gaze was fixed on a point on the far wall, as if looking through it into the past. She didn't shout. She didn't cry. She simply spoke the truth, her voice a quiet, devastating weapon. With each name she uttered, a new wave of shock silenced the room. She did not describe the chaos of the raid in graphic detail. She didn't have to. She simply drew a map for the jury, placing each man at the scene of the crime. When she spoke the name of Cap Hatfield in connection with her cousin's death, a stillness fell over the room so complete you could hear a man's sharp intake of breath from the back row. Her words weren't bullets, they were axes, chopping down the family tree she had married into, one name at a time. The code of silence that had protected the clans for generations was shattered, not by lawmen, but by the quiet testimony of a scorned wife. When she finished, there was no applause, no sigh of relief. From the Hatfield side of the aisle, she received looks of pure, unadulterated hatred. They saw a viper they had foolishly welcomed into their home. From the McCoy side, there was no welcome embrace. They saw the traitor who had finally done her duty, but it was too late. Her testimony was a victory for their cause, but she, the witness, was still a stain on their name. She had served her purpose. As she stepped down from the stand, the crowd parted for her as if she carried a disease. She didn't look at her husband, or her cousins, or any of the men whose fates she had just sealed. She looked straight ahead, a ghost walking out of her own life. The only thing left in that courtroom, besides the echo of her words, was the wreckage of two families, and a woman who now belonged to neither. After the emotional firestorm of the trial, all that remains is the cold, black ink on a yellowed page. These are copies of the official court records from the 1889 Pikeville trial. This is history flattened, pressed between pages, and stripped of all its blood and tears. The testimony that tore a family apart is reduced to a dry, passionless transcript of questions and answers. The language is sterile, designed to be precise, but in its precision, it loses the entire truth of the matter. Here, for example, is the coroner's inquest for Nancy's cousin, Alifair. It clinically states the cause of death as a wound inflicted by a projectile from a firearm. A projectile. It doesn't say it was a bullet fired in the cold dark by a man she knew. It doesn't mention the fact that she was running from her burning home, that her last breaths were filled with smoke and terror. The report captures the mechanics of her death, but misses the horror of it entirely. And here, under the section for witness testimony, is Nancy. Her words, which had the power to hang a man, are recorded with the same detached tone. Question: can you name the parties you saw returning on the night of January 1st? Answer: I saw Cap Hatfield. I saw Tom Wallace. The transcript doesn't record the dawning look of hatred on the faces of her in-laws. It doesn't convey the earth-shattering courage or the vengeful fury it took for her to speak those names. The paper records what was said, but it tells you nothing of what it cost her to say it. These documents are the official story, the one that history accepts as fact. But reading them is like looking at a photograph of a bonfire and trying to feel its heat. The real story isn't in the neat lines of ink. It's in the spaces between them, in the humanity that the official record is designed to ignore. And yet, these cold, sterile words had the power of life and death. They were the legal instrument that would bring the law's terrible justice down upon the Hatfields. Nancy's words were no longer just testimony, they were hunting dogs let loose in the West Virginia hills. Armed with her insider account, the law, which for so long had been a distant rumor in these mountains, arrived with iron shackles and Kentucky warrants. Frank Phillips, a relentless bounty hunter and, ironically, a future husband to Nancy in a brief, doomed marriage, led posses across the Tug Fork. The hunt was on, and for the first time, the Hatfields were the prey. The mountains that had been their fortress now became their cage, as lawmen and bounty hunters, hungry for the rewards, pried into every hollow and cabin. One by one, they were caught. Some were taken in violent gunfights, others surrendered grimly, knowing the game had changed. The most significant capture was that of Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate son of Ellison Hatfield. He was known to be simple-minded, a follower, not a leader, which made his role in the massacre all the more tragic. He was found hiding, terrified, and was dragged back to Pikeville in chains, a symbol of the Hatfields' broken power. The message was clear. The days of clan law were over. The authority of the state had finally come to the Tug Valley. The trial that followed was a spectacle of raw legal force. With Nancy's testimony as its unshakable foundation, the prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. The Hatfield defense, based on clan loyalty and denials, crumbled against the word of a woman who had been on the inside. The jury, made up of men who understood the ways of the mountains, deliberated for hours, the weight of a generation of violence on their shoulders. When they finally filed back into the courtroom, the silence was so deep it felt like the bottom of a well. The foreman stood, a simple farmer holding a piece of paper that would end a war. He refused to look at the Hatfield side of the room as he read the verdicts. Guilty. The word struck like a hammer again and again for 8 of the defendants. Guilty of arson, guilty of murder, life in prison for most, a sentence that would see them die far from the mountains they called home. But for Cotton Topmounts, the jury and the judge reserved a different fate. Based on Nancy's testimony and other evidence that placed him as a key aggressor, the verdict was absolute. The judge's voice was cold and steady as he sentenced him to be hanged by the neck until dead. A wave of shock and fury rippled through the Hatfield benches, while a grim, quiet satisfaction settled over the McCoys. It was done. Nancy's words, spoken in that quiet room, had been forged by the law into a noose. The feud would now have its only official, state-sanctioned death. The cycle of vengeance was finally, brutally, being broken by a force greater than any clan. To see the end of this story, you have to come to the graveyards. Here in Sarah Ann, West Virginia, is the Hatfield family cemetery. At its head stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse, looking out over the hills he once ruled. He died a free man in his own bed, and his grave is a landmark. Over in Pikeville, Kentucky, you can find the grave of Randolph McCoy, a proud monument to the patriarch who lost so much. The powerful men, the leaders of the clans, are remembered in stone. But what about Nancy? To find her, you have to search. There is no statue, no grand headstone. After the trial, she was cast out, a ghost in her own life. She married Frank Phillips, the bounty hunter, but it didn't last. She was a woman who belonged nowhere, and her final years were a slow fade into poverty and sickness. She died of consumption around 1901, alone. Her grave is the final, heartbreaking testament to her life. For decades, it was believed to be unmarked, lost to the weeds and the passage of time, a silent patch of earth for the woman whose voice had once shaken these mountains. A simple modern stone marks the supposed spot now, placed there by descendants long after the fact, but it only highlights the century of anonymity she endured. The woman whose testimony was the most powerful weapon in the feud was given the quietest possible end. They all lie in the same Appalachian soil now, the killers and the killed, the witnesses and the judged. But standing here, you can't help but feel the profound injustice. The men who drove the war are immortalized, while the woman who brought the justice was erased. The law's final word came on a cold February morning in 1890. A public gallows had been built in Pikeville, a grim new landmark for a town that had seen enough death. A crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of morbid curiosity and grim satisfaction. This wasn't a mountain killing in the dead of night. This was justice, performed in the open for all to see. Ellison Cotton Topmounts was led to the scaffold. He was the scapegoat, the symbol, the price the Hatfields would pay in blood for the New Year's massacre. The trapdoor fell, and in that instant, the feud, as an open war, came to an end. For the other convicted Hatfields, their fate was a different kind of death. They were shackled and put on a train, sent away from the mountains to a state penitentiary in Frankfort. For men who had only known the freedom of the hollows, a stone cell was a fate worse than the gallows. They would grow old and die looking at brick walls, their names becoming cautionary tales whispered back home. And what of Nancy? She had won. She had brought the law down on the men who murdered her family. But victory felt like ashes in her mouth. Her husband, John C. Hatfield, humiliated and enraged, turned his back on her for good. He cast her aside without a second thought and soon found a new, younger bride, continuing his life as if Nancy had never existed. To the Hatfields, she was no longer just a McCoy. She was Judas, and her life wasn't worth a spent shotgun shell on their side of the river. The McCoys, though they had used her testimony, kept their distance. She was still the woman who had laid with the enemy, a living reminder of a betrayal they could not forget. She was utterly alone, an outcast in the only place she had ever called home. She drifted, a woman haunted by what she had seen and what she had done. The feud's fire had been put out, but she was standing in the smoldering ruins, and the ground was still hot to the touch. Her life became a long, slow walk toward the unmarked grave that was waiting for her, a final chapter of poverty and sickness. The long shadow of the feud had fallen, and for Nancy, there was no place left to find the sun. Even today, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of Nancy McCoy is not a settled matter. In the diners and post offices of Pike and Mingo counties, her name can still change the temperature of a room. Was she a courageous witness who stood for the rule of law, or was she a scorned woman who weaponized the courts for personal revenge? The answer, it seems, depends entirely on who you ask. If you talk to those who hold the McCoy version of history, they will tell you she was a hero. In their eyes, she was a woman whose conscience was awakened by an act of pure evil. They see her testimony as an incredible act of bravery, a moment when a person chose moral justice over the ironclad and often toxic loyalty of the clan. To them, Nancy is the tragic figure who, despite her own terrible choices, found the strength to break the cycle of violence and stand for what was right, even though it cost her everything she had. But you cross the river into West Virginia, into the old Hatfield territory, and you will hear a very different story. They'll tell you that Nancy's testimony had little to do with justice and everything to do with vengeance. They'll remind you that John C. Hatfield was a handsome devil who never stayed with one woman for long, and that he had already cast Nancy aside. In this version, the trial was not about avenging her murdered cousins. It was about destroying the family of the man who had publicly humiliated her. She was a woman scorned, and her fury reshaped the course of the feud. So, what is the real truth? Was she a righteous witness or a vengeful wife? The honest answer is that we will never know. The heart is a complex and mysterious place, with enough room for both a thirst for justice and a desire for revenge. Perhaps her decision was born of both. Her outrage at the murder of her kin could have been the spark, and the cold reality of her husband's betrayal the fuel that turned it into an inferno. The only thing that is certain is that Nancy's legacy remains as divided as the land she once lived on, a testament to the fact that in these mountains, the truth is often just a story told from one side of the river. In these old mountains, the hard edges of history get worn smooth by time until a person's life becomes a story, and a story becomes a legend. Nancy McCoy Phillips, the historical woman, is gone, but her ghost, in more ways than one, still haunts this valley. The official records in the courthouse tell one version of her life, but the real story, the one that lives on, is the one whispered around firesides and on dark porches. It's a haint tale, a cautionary story about the price of crossing lines that were never meant to be crossed. They say that on cold nights, when the mist rises off the tug fork so thick you can't see the other side, you can sometimes see a figure wandering the Kentucky bank near the spot where Randolph McCoy's cabin burned to the ground. It's the spirit of a woman, they say, not angry or vengeful, but filled with a sorrow so deep it chills the air around her. She is forever searching, looking for the family that disowned her and the home that cast her out. They say it's the ghost of Nancy, a woman who belonged nowhere in life, and so belongs nowhere in death, forever trapped between the two worlds she tried to straddle. This is how the mountains remember. The community took the unbearable facts of her life, betrayed by her husband, ostracized by her own blood, dead of sickness and poverty, and wove them into something timeless. Her story was merged with her cousin Rosanna's, creating a powerful local myth, the curse of the tug fork. It became a warning, a piece of folklore passed down to young women for generations. The river itself, they say, demands blood loyalty. To cross it for love of an enemy is to invite a broken heart, a lonely death, and a restless spirit. The woman named Nancy is gone, but her legend became a part of the landscape itself, a permanent shadow on the water's edge. So, here we are again. Back at this cold chimney and these scattered stones along the tug fork. But it's different now, isn't it? When we started, this was just a quiet, forgotten place. Now, we can almost see the ghosts. These aren't just ruins anymore. They are a witness stand. This silent clearing is the courtroom where an entire way of life was judged and condemned, all because one woman decided to speak. The story of Nancy McCoy Phillips is a brutal lesson in the cost of truth. She was a woman who made a choice for love, and then another for justice, and was ultimately destroyed by both. Her life is a chilling reminder that in a war of families, the deepest wounds aren't always from bullets. They come from betrayal, and the loneliest place in the world is to be caught in the no man's land between two sides who both see you as the enemy. So the next time you drive down a lonely country road and see a single chimney standing sentinel in a field where a house used to be, stop for a moment. Remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love and loss and the impossible choices that define a human life. We just have to be willing to listen to the whispers they leave behind. The people are gone. The houses are gone. But the story remains. On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection, but on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, no footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground, no discarded weapon, no clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account, a story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, the only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence, were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, they did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, The sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked. A furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast, starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man," he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot, over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental: contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence, but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the two men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished. The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of Civil War wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tug Fork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, this fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Anse Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked, until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staten's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staten, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staten lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed. At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Ance's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with Johnsey among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. Johnsey, a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the 2 warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the 2 great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Talbot McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield, Devil Ance's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Talbot McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Talbot, joined by his 2 brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the 3 McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Anse arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then, he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Anse and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig, and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed a million miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devil Anse Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devil Anse and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devil Anse over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Cline used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tug Fork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality. knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Cline's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Cline, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the pawpaw trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance. You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its way back to forgiveness. I'm standing here in the town square of Manchester, Kentucky, looking at the Clay County Courthouse. On a quiet afternoon like this, it looks like any other seat of county government. But these bricks have seen more history and more blood than most battlefields. A Kentucky governor once called this place the bleeding wound of the state. And for over 50 years, this very spot was the heart of that wound. Here, where all you hear now is the wind in the trees, The silence was once shattered by a war between families that turned the rule of law into a bitter joke. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from this place and piece together the story of how it all began. To understand the explosion, you first have to see the powder keg. Let's go back to 1844. Manchester, Kentucky wasn't much more than a collection of log and clapboard buildings around a courthouse, set against the vast green wilderness of the Cumberland Mountains. Life here was hard, governed by the seasons and the unwritten laws of kinship. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was worth more than his life. In this world, some names carried more weight than others, and no name carried more weight than Garrard. They were the closest thing Clay County had to royalty. The family patriarch, Theophilus T. Garrard, was a powerful statesman, a name known all the way in the capital. His son Daniel moved through these dusty streets with an air of absolute confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your family's power is the ultimate law of the land. Then there was Dr. Abner Baker. He was a man of two worlds. On one hand, he was a physician, a man of education and science in a place where folk remedies were still king. But he was also a man of Clay County, born and bred. His hands were just as calloused by the code of these hills as any farmer's, and his pride ran just as deep. He was respected, but he wasn't a Garrard, and in Clay County, that distinction mattered. The flashpoint between these two men wasn't some mythical silver mine, as the legends now claim. It was something far more practical and far more valuable, the local saltpeter works. In the 1840s, saltpeter was the key ingredient in gunpowder. Controlling it meant controlling the means for every man to hunt, to defend his home, to be self-reliant. It was power, pure and simple, and both Baker and Garrard wanted control. For months, their business dispute was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. You could feel it in the air of Manchester. The sideways glances in the general store, the conversations that stopped when one of them entered a room. Two proud men, their ambitions circling each other like wolves. The people of the town went about their lives, but they were watching. They knew the code. They knew that in these mountains, a storm can roll in without warning, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning. The stories passed down through generations are one thing, but sometimes you can find the cold, hard facts printed in black and white. Here, in the Clay County Historical Archives, I'm holding a digital copy of a newspaper clipping from a Lexington paper dated 1844. It's fragile, even as an image on a screen. The language is formal, a world away from our own. It describes the killing of Daniel Garrard not as a murder, but as an unfortunate and fatal affray. It speaks of the public shock and the immediate arrest of Dr. Abner Baker. But it's a small, almost overlooked detail in the third paragraph that truly matters. It mentions that Baker's defense team, some of the most expensive lawyers in the state, were preparing a novel argument, temporary insanity. This wasn't just a legal strategy. In a place like Clay County, where honor and accountability were everything, this was an insult. The idea that a man wasn't responsible for his actions, that he could kill the son of the most powerful man in the county and then hide behind a doctor's diagnosis, it was unthinkable. This piece of paper isn't just a news report. It's the official record of the moment the two sides stopped speaking the same language. One side started talking about the law, and the other was thinking only of justice. And that raised a critical question that would echo for decades. What happens when the law offers an escape, but the people demand a reckoning? That newspaper clipping only tells you what happened. It doesn't tell you how it felt on that hot, dusty day in Manchester. The argument between Dr. Baker and Daniel Garrard didn't start with a shout. It started as a low murmur in the middle of the street, two men standing toe to toe, the air crackling around them. The saltpeter works was the reason, but honor was the fuel. Voices rose with the heat of the day, and soon the whole town was watching from doorways and windows, silent witnesses to a prideful rage that was about to boil over. An insult was thrown. We'll never know the exact words, but in a place like this, a man's name is all he truly owns. Whatever was said, it was the point of no return. There was a flash of steel, a single, deafening crack that echoed off the clapboard storefronts, and Daniel Garrard fell to the ground. The son of the most powerful family in the county lay dead in the dust. In that moment, Dr. Abner Baker wasn't a man of medicine. He was just another Clay County man who had answered a perceived slight with finality. The law moved swiftly at first. Baker was arrested, and for a moment it seemed like the system would work. A trial, a verdict, a hanging. That was the expected order of things. But then, a new word began to filter through the mountains, a word that felt like a trick from a faraway city. Insanity. The Baker family, with its money, had hired lawyers who claimed the doctor hadn't known what he was doing, that his mind had snapped. To the Garrards, and to half of Clay County, this was a second, deeper wound. It was a declaration that a rich man's law could wash away a poor man's blood. It was a cowardly trick, a way to cheat the hangman, and more importantly, a way to cheat the code of the mountains. They saw it not as a legal defense, but as a profound act of disrespect to the dead and a challenge to the living. The seeds of conflict had been sown the moment Garrard fell, but this legal maneuver was the dark, fertile soil they needed to grow. The Garrard clan and their allies gathered on their porches and in their cabins, not to wait for a verdict from a judge, but to plan a reckoning. The official court had its own schedule, but in the hollows of Clay County, a different, older court was now in session, and it recognized only one sentence: blood for blood. Official records and old newspapers can give you the skeleton of a story, but the soul of it, the part that still beats, lives in the people who carry the memory. That's why I drove down a winding road deep into Clay County to a small house with a porch swing that's probably seen 100 years of summers. I came here to speak with a woman named Mary, the great-great-grandniece of Daniel Garrard. She is in her 80s, with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and she holds the family's version of the story not as history, but as a living truth. We sat on that porch for an hour, the chains of the swing groaning a slow rhythm, before I even asked about the feud. She knew why I was there. She told me stories of her childhood, of hard winters and loving parents. And then she looked out toward the hills. "You want to know why they couldn't let it be?" she said. It wasn't a question. "My granddaddy told me what his father told him," she began, her voice steady. When the news came that the Bakers were trying to get Abner off by claiming he was insane, it was like Daniel had been killed all over again. It wasn't about the law anymore. It was about honor. To them, the Bakers were saying a Garrard's life was worth so little, you could take it and then just lie your way out of the consequences. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. It wasn't just anger. It was a duty. They believed if they let Abner Baker live out his days after a stunt like that, the Garrard name would be a joke. Every man in the county would know that you could wrong them and get away with it. They felt they had no choice. The law had failed to give them justice, so the family had to. That single piece of family law, passed down through 5 generations, explains everything. It wasn't just an act of revenge they were planning. In their minds, it was an act of survival. Dr. Abner Baker was sent to the Eastern State Asylum in Lexington. To the outside world, this was the end of the matter. A killer, deemed insane, was safely locked away. But in the hollows of Clay County, it was seen as a temporary delay. The Garrards and their allies didn't see walls and doctors. They saw a debt that was still unpaid. They waited. Patience is a virtue carved into the people of these mountains, and they could wait for true justice as long as it took. For months, a tense, unnatural quiet settled over the county, the kind of stillness that comes before the deadliest of storms. Then, in 1845, the news came. It traveled by horseback and word of mouth, a spark landing in a field of dry tinder. Dr. Baker had escaped. He was coming home. To the Garrards, this was the ultimate act of defiance. The law had failed to punish him, and now it had failed to even contain him. He wasn't just a killer who had cheated justice. He was a ghost walking back into their lives, a living symbol of their family's dishonor. The time for waiting was over. There was no public call to arms. It happened quietly, with grim-faced men grabbing their long rifles from above the fireplace, nodding to their wives, and disappearing into the woods. This wasn't a mob. It was a posse, a self-appointed instrument of the only law they now recognized. They knew the trails, the creeks, and the hiding places better than any lawman from the city. They weren't hunting a fugitive. In their minds, they were escorting a man to the gallows that the state had been too cowardly to build. They found him. We don't know exactly where the ambush was laid, perhaps in a narrow hollow where the creek runs shallow, or along a ridge that offered a clear line of sight. But for Dr. Abner Baker, the journey home ended there. The deep silence of the Appalachian forest was shattered by a coordinated volley of rifle fire. It was swift, brutal, and final. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard arithmetic of the mountain code, a life for a life. This was the point of no return. The first killing had been a crime of passion, a dispute that ended in tragedy. This second killing was a calculated execution, a public statement written in gunpowder and blood. It was a declaration to all of Clay County and to the distant government in Frankfort that the official law had no authority here. The Garrards had reclaimed their family's honor, and in doing so, they had thrown down a gauntlet. Now, the Baker family and their allies had a blood debt of their own to repay. The feud was no longer a disagreement. It was an inheritance, and it would be passed down to the next generation with all its terrible weight. I'm back at the courthouse in Manchester, but this time, I'm looking closer. The afternoon sun is low, casting long shadows across the lawn. A building like this, over 100 years old, absorbs history. And if you run your hand along these old bricks, you're touching the last silent witness to the war's most violent chapter. This is the place where the feud stopped being a series of back-alley ambushes and became an open rebellion. They say if you look close enough at the stone pillars by the entrance, you can still find the chips and scars where bullets from a dozen different gunfights struck home. You have to imagine this lawn, not neatly trimmed, but churned to mud, filled with armed men loyal to the Howard clan. You have to picture those high windows, not with sunlight glinting off them, but barricaded from the inside with heavy oak desks and law books, with the glint of rifle barrels poking through the gaps. Because in 1898, this building wasn't a courthouse. It was a fortress, seized by Bad Tom Baker and his men. And right here, on this very lawn, the governor of Kentucky set up the state militia with a Gatling gun, a weapon of industrial warfare aimed at the heart of their own county seat. This is where it happened. The war came out of the shadows of the hollers and declared itself right here in the open. And on these very steps, years later, a final, fatal price would be paid. The feud didn't just smolder after the Civil War. It was forged into something harder, something colder. By the late 1890s, the fight was in the hands of a new generation, men who had grown up on stories of the first killings. On one side was Big Jim Howard, a man who could use a law book or a rifle with equal skill. On the other was the fearsome Bad Tom Baker, a one-armed Confederate veteran whose reputation was as hard as a coffin nail. The animosity between them finally reached its breaking point when Howard, using his political influence, began to stack the legal system against the Baker clan. Feeling the walls of the law closing in, Tom Baker made a decision that would stun the entire state. He would take the law itself hostage. In 1898, he and his heavily armed followers marched into Manchester, not as citizens, but as an occupying army. They stormed the courthouse, drove out the officials, and barricaded the doors. The seat of county justice was now the fortress of a clan warlord. From the second-story windows, the glint of rifle barrels sent a clear message to Jim Howard and his allies. The time for legal tricks was over. This would be settled with gunpowder. Manchester became a ghost town. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered. The only sounds were the scraping of boots on gravel and the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle shot that would echo through the empty streets, followed by an even more terrifying silence. A spider web of cracks would appear in a storefront window. A horse tied to a post would suddenly fall, its quiet death a warning to anyone who dared to show themselves. Inside the courthouse, the air was thick with tension and the smell of stale tobacco smoke. Tom Baker, his one arm as steady as iron, directed his men, their faces grim in the dusty shafts of light filtering through the barricades. The standoff dragged on for days. The news of a county courthouse under siege by its own citizens reached the governor's mansion in Frankfurt. It was an embarrassment, an open sore on the face of Kentucky. Governor William O. Bradley declared Clay County to be in a state of insurrection. He called it the bleeding wound of the state, and he decided to cauterize it with force. The arrival of the state militia was a sight no one in Manchester would ever forget. Uniformed soldiers marching in formation, followed by a wagon carrying a weapon of modern war, a Gatling gun. They set it up on the courthouse lawn, its brass casings gleaming in the sun, its multiple barrels aimed squarely at the front doors. This was no longer a family feud. This was a rebellion. The government of Kentucky was prepared to mow down its own citizens to restore order. The air grew heavy, silent. Inside, the Baker clan looked out at the machine gun, a weapon that could tear through their wooden barricades like paper. Outside, the militia commander stared at the courthouse, knowing the order to fire would result in a slaughter. This was the heart of darkness, a moment when all pretense of civilization had vanished, leaving only two armed camps separated by 100 yards of lawn and 50 years of hate. The siege didn't end with the roar of the Gatling gun. It ended with a quiet, cold calculation. Tom Baker, for all his fury, was not a fool. He saw the inevitable. The doors to the courthouse eventually swung open, and the Baker clan walked out, laying down their weapons. But it wasn't a surrender. Their eyes, burning with defiance, promised that this was only a pause. The state had taken back its building, but the war for Clay County was far from over. The bleeding had been stopped for a moment, but the wound was now deeper than ever. After the soldiers and the Gatling gun went home, the war moved from the courthouse lawn back into the courthouse itself. The weapons were no longer rifles, but pieces of paper, and I'm looking at one of them right now. This is a copy of the official indictment brought against Bad Tom Baker and his men following the siege. The script is formal, the ink faded, the language cold and precise. It lists the charges in stark legal terms: armed insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to intimidate an officer of the law. On paper, it paints a simple picture of a band of outlaws who tried to overthrow the government. It's neat, it's clean, and it's a masterclass in how history is written by the winners. But reading this is like reading a doctor's report that lists the cause of death as cessation of heartbeat. It's technically true, but it tells you nothing of the disease that ravaged the body for years. This document has no lines for the 50 years of bad blood. It doesn't mention the political machinations of the Howard clan or the deep-seated belief that a Baker couldn't get a fair hearing in that very building. The paper simply lists the crime. It completely erases the reason. It reduces a multi-generational war down to a few sterile legal phrases, stripping away all the honor, the rage, and the grief that led those men to make their stand. And with this document, the full weight of the state's power was about to come crashing down on the Baker clan. With the Gatling gun gone and the militia back in their barracks, a different kind of army descended on Clay County. This one wore suits and carried leather briefcases filled with law books. The state of Kentucky was determined to make an example of Bad Tom Baker. This wouldn't be a local trial with a jury of neighbors. This was the full weight of the Commonwealth coming down on one man. The trial was a spectacle. The Manchester courthouse, the very building Tom Baker had held as a fortress, was now his cage. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a silent, divided sea of humanity. On one side sat the friends and family of the Baker clan, their faces set like stone. On the other side sat the allies of Big Jim Howard, their expressions a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Howard himself was often there, a quiet, imposing figure in the back, watching the slow, methodical destruction of his great rival. You could feel the hate in the air, so thick you could choke on it. Tom Baker sat at the defendant's table, his one arm resting motionless. He was a lion in a cage, a creature of the open ridges and wild hollows, now trapped by legal arguments and procedural rules he neither understood nor respected. The state's prosecutors painted him as a traitor, a revolutionary who had spit in the face of the law. His defense argued he was a man pushed to the brink, a citizen who had only occupied the courthouse because he knew he could never get justice within its walls. An argument that was, in its own way, a damning confession that the system was broken. The jury listened, their faces pale. They were local men, and they knew that whatever verdict they delivered, they would have to live with the consequences. They were judging not just Tom Baker, but the future of Clay County. But the outcome was never really in doubt. The state had been humiliated, and someone had to pay. When the jury foreman stood to read the verdict, the room fell into a dead silence. The word guilty was spoken quietly, but it landed like a hammer blow. Tom Baker didn't flinch. He didn't rage or despair. He simply looked across the room, his gaze locking onto Jim Howard. In that one look, a lifetime of hatred was exchanged. The law had finally put bad Tom Baker behind bars. But everyone in that room knew that a jail cell could hold the man, but it could never contain the feud. The law had won its battle, but in doing so, it had only ensured the war would continue. Up on a hill overlooking Manchester, there's a quiet cemetery where the wind rustles through the leaves of ancient oak trees. The tombstones are a library of endings, some new and polished, others old and leaning, their names almost erased by a century of rain and frost. This is where all the fury and ambition of the Clay County War finally came to rest. And this is where you find them. Over here is the grave of Bad Tom Baker. It's a simple military-style stone befitting a Confederate soldier. It lists his name, his company, and his dates. There are no grand pronouncements, just the hard, simple facts of a life that ended. His family still tends to it. A small flag flutters here on Memorial Days. It's a place of quiet, defiant dignity. And then, you walk just 100 yards or so past a few other families, and you find the marker for James Big Jim Howard. It's a bit more substantial, a testament to a man of property and political power. He lies here surrounded by his own kin. They lie so close now, these two great enemies. For decades they were the twin poles of a war that tore this county apart, and now they're silent neighbors in the same Kentucky soil. All that rage, all that blood, all that power, reduced to two names carved in granite, slowly fading under the Appalachian sun. Seeing them here, you'd think the story ended with Tom Baker's conviction. But a prison sentence wasn't the final chapter. The Mountain Code had one last bill to collect, and the story of how both these men ended up on this hill is the feud's last and most bitter reckoning. With Bad Tom Baker locked away in the Frankfort Penitentiary, a strange and fragile peace settled over Clay County. For the first time in decades, Big Jim Howard was the undisputed king. He had won. He had used the law, the militia, and the courts to do what generations of his family couldn't do with rifles. He had broken the power of the Baker clan. For a few years, it seemed the war was finally over, ended not with a bang, but with the clang of a prison gate. But the politics of Kentucky have always been a blood sport. In 1899, the state was ripped apart by the most violent and disputed gubernatorial election in its history. When the Democrat William Goebel was assassinated in Frankfort in 1900, the state teetered on the brink of its own civil war. A massive investigation was launched, and a net was cast for anyone with a reputation for political violence. And in one of history's cruelest twists, the master of the law, Big Jim Howard, found himself caught in its web. He was accused of being a conspirator in the plot to kill the governor. The trial was a statewide sensation. Jim Howard, the man who had so skillfully used the courts against Tom Baker, now faced a jury with his own life on the line. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The great victor of the Clay County War was now a prisoner himself. And then, the feud delivered its final, bitter irony. The same political chaos that had condemned Jim Howard miraculously set his old enemy free. The new governor, in a flurry of politically motivated pardons, granted clemency to many men, including the aging, one-armed insurrectionist from Clay County. Bad Tom Baker walked out of prison a free man. So, by 1901, the chessboard had been reset for one final terrible move. Jim Howard, through his own powerful connections, soon secured a pardon as well. Both old lions were back in the same territory. Baker was now an old man, perhaps believing the feud had died with their mutual imprisonment. Howard was also old, but he was a man who had been publicly shamed and imprisoned, and he had one last debt to settle. The long shadow of the feud had stretched across 57 years, and it was about to fall one last time, right back where it all began, in the streets of Manchester. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the Clay County War isn't a settled matter here. It isn't just a chapter in a history book. It's a living memory, a story that gets told on front porches and at family reunions, and the version you hear depends entirely on which family is telling it. The names Baker and Howard don't just belong to the dead. They belong to the living, and they still carry the weight of that old, bitter argument. To this day, if you talk to folks whose ancestors stood with Tom Baker, you'll hear the story of a hero. They'll tell you, Bad Tom was a man of the people, a proud Confederate soldier who stood up to a corrupt political machine run by the wealthy and powerful Howard family. They'll say the courthouse siege wasn't insurrection. It was a desperate man's only way to demand a justice he could never get from a bought and paid for judge. In their version, Tom Baker was a man of honor who was assassinated in cold blood, a victim of a coward's bullet because his enemies could never face him in a fair fight. But then, you drive a few miles down the road and ask a family whose great-grandfather rode with Jim Howard, and you'll get a different truth entirely. They'll tell you Big Jim Howard was the law. He was a sheriff, a leader, a man trying to drag a wild and violent county into the modern age. To them, Bad Tom Baker was a ruthless outlaw, a violent thug who thought he was above the law and terrorized anyone who stood against him. The courthouse siege was an act of treason, an attack on civilization itself. And his death on the courthouse steps, that wasn't an assassination. It was an execution, the long overdue end for a man who had lived by the gun. So which one is the truth? Was Tom Baker a folk hero or a homegrown terrorist? Was Jim Howard a civic leader or a political boss who used the law like a club? The honest answer is that after 100 years, the truth is a matter of blood and memory. The facts are a pile of dry bones, and it's the families that put the flesh and spirit back on them. The war is over, but the argument about who was right, who was wrong, and who deserved what they got, that argument will probably never end. When the shooting finally stops and the last of the warlords are in the ground, a story enters a new phase of its life. The hard, jagged facts of who did what to whom begin to get smoothed over by time, like a stone in a fast-running creek. History becomes folklore. The Clay County War was too big, too bloody, and too long for people to simply file away. They had to make sense of it, to turn the sheer, brutal chaos into a lesson, or a warning, or a ghost. Ask around Manchester today, especially among the older folks, and you might hear a story told in a hushed voice on a dark autumn night. They say that if you stand near the courthouse when the streets are empty and quiet, you can sometimes see a shadow moving on the steps where Bad Tom Baker fell. A tall, lonely figure with one empty sleeve that seems to sway in a breeze that no one else can feel. They say he's still waiting, still looking for the man who shot him, or perhaps for a kind of justice he never found inside that building. It's more than just a ghost story. The feud lives on as a cautionary tale, a lesson that became woven into the fabric of the community. It's the story a father would tell a hot-headed son to warn him about the poison of carrying a grudge. "Remember the Bakers and the Howards," he'd say. "They fought for so long, they forgot what they were even fighting about, and all they earned was a piece of land on Cemetery Hill." The war became a local proverb, a dark piece of wisdom paid for with generations of blood. This is how a community processes a trauma this deep. The specific details of the legal disputes and the political maneuvers fade away. What remains is a powerful myth, a story of two families locked in a death spiral, a one-armed ghost who haunts the seat of justice, and a bloody warning that echoes down through the years. The facts belong to the archives, but the legend belongs to the mountains. So here I am again, back on the square in Manchester, looking at the same courthouse as the day begins to fade. But I'm not seeing it the same way. It's no longer just an old brick building. I can almost see the shadow of Daniel Garrard falling in the dust, feel the tension of the siege with Tom Baker's men peering from the windows, and hear the echo of that final fatal shot on these very steps. We came here to listen to the whispers of this place, and what we heard was a 57-year-long scream. The Clay County War is a story about how honor, when it turns to pride, can become a prison. It's about how revenge can become a family's only inheritance. It's a hard lesson written in blood that shows how easily the law can be broken and how much harder it is to put back together. It proves that the most dangerous place on earth can be the few miles between your neighbor's house and your own when a grudge is on the line. The next time you pass a quiet courthouse on a sleepy town square, remember this one. Remember what these bricks have seen and the price that was paid right here. The men are gone. The guns are silent. The bleeding wound has finally scarred over, but the story remains. Two days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back, a coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills. Who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper Southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised. Everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies: Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested two Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The two shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian Territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The queen was dead. But who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge, picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Belle's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Belle wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Belle and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Belle's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next, or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the bandit queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so, the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the bandit queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Belle's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Belle had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Belle Starr, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, the educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Belle Starr? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Belle Starr was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Maybelle Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the bandit queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. In 1835, one of the most famous men in America stood before the voters who had just ended his career and gave them a farewell that would echo for centuries. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." This wasn't just the sour parting shot of a defeated politician. This was a living legend, the bear-hunting congressman from Tennessee, turning his back on everything he knew. It was a self-imposed exile that would lead him, just a few months later, to his death in a dusty Texas mission. The question that chills the bone isn't how he died at the Alamo, but why he went there in the first place. How does a man at the absolute peak of his fame find himself so utterly alone, cast out by his own party, his own president, and his own people? The answer lies not in a battle with rifles, but in a brutal war of conscience fought on the floor of the US Congress, an act of political suicide that sealed his fate long before he ever crossed the Sabine River. Today, we will answer that question. We will find the real Davy Crockett. To understand the man who would defy a president, you have to understand the world that forged him. David Crockett was born in 1786 on the banks of the Nolichucky River in what is now East Tennessee. This was not yet America as we know it. It was a raw, unforgiving frontier, a world of misty mountains, deep forests, and a people as tough and unyielding as the landscape itself. Appalachia was a crucible, and it burned away everything that was not essential, leaving behind only grit, self-reliance, and a fierce independence. The people who settled these hills, largely Scots-Irish immigrants, brought with them a deep cultural memory. They remembered kings and landlords from across the sea, and they carried a profound distrust for any distant, centralized authority. Their laws were simpler, etched into their hearts rather than written in books. A man's word was his bond. Your loyalty was to your family, your clan, and your neighbor. Justice was swift and personal. This was the code Crockett grew up with, a worldview that saw the world in stark, clear terms of right and wrong, honor and shame. Crockett was the living embodiment of this spirit. He had almost no formal schooling, learning his letters, as he said, from the trees. His real education came from the wilderness. He wasn't just a hunter, he was a provider, a protector. His almost mythical reputation for hunting bears wasn't just a story for entertainment, it was a resume. Killing over 100 bears in a single season meant providing security and sustenance for the entire community. In a world where survival was a daily struggle, a man with those skills was a natural-born leader. His charisma was just as wild and untamed. He didn't speak in the polished tones of the Virginia aristocracy. He spoke the language of the common man, full of homespun humor, sharp wit, and captivating stories of his adventures. He could hold a crowd spellbound with a tale of tracking a bear through a blizzard or facing down a panther in the dark. He was one of them, a man who understood their struggles because he lived them every single day. But this very world, the source of all his strength, also contained a fatal vulnerability. Crockett's character was like Appalachian oak, strong, solid, and completely inflexible. He was governed by that simple frontier code of honor. He believed a promise was a promise, whether made to a white settler or a Cherokee chief. He believed that a man's integrity was his most valuable possession, worth more than land, title, or political power. This man, this living piece of the American frontier, was about to be transplanted into the serpentine world of Washington, D.C. He was taking his mountain code of honor into an arena of backroom deals, party loyalties, and brutal political calculus. He didn't know it yet, but the very principles that made him a hero in Tennessee would make him a target in the nation's capital. His own unshakable sense of right and wrong was the shadow that was beginning to gather, unseen and unspoken, over his entire future. When Davy Crockett arrived in Washington, D.C., he entered a wilderness far more dangerous than any he had known in Tennessee. This was a political swamp, thick with ambition, veiled threats, and hidden allegiances. And at the center of this swamp, a storm was gathering around one single, explosive piece of legislation: President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act of 1830. On paper, it was a proposal to relocate the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, from their ancestral lands in the southeast to new territory west of the Mississippi. The scene itself was charged with a heavy, ominous energy. The first and most powerful clue was the president himself. Andrew Jackson was not a man to be trifled with. His will was iron, and his temper was legendary. This bill was not just policy to him. It was a personal crusade, the culmination of a lifetime spent fighting Native American tribes. His entire political machine, the most powerful in the nation, was mobilized behind it. To the casual observer, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. But as investigators of the past, we must look closer at the clues. In the taverns and boarding houses where congressmen gathered, the whispers were not of national security or manifest destiny. The whispers were of land. Fertile, black soil in Georgia and Alabama, perfect for cotton. Land that was legally owned by the Cherokee and Creek, but desperately coveted by white settlers and wealthy speculators. The air was thick with the scent of greed, a motive far older and more powerful than any political ideology. The initial findings pointed to an open and shut case. The president wanted the land, the party wanted to please the president, and a powerful coalition of land-hungry states demanded action. The political mathematics were simple and brutal. There was no room for dissent. The scene spoke of an unstoppable force, a political juggernaut that would crush anything in its path. And yet, this is where the mystery truly begins. The wilderness of Washington offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Chief among them, who in their right mind, and especially who from Jackson's own party, would be foolish enough to stand in the way? As the battle lines were drawn over the Indian Removal Act, all eyes in Washington turned to the most obvious source of opposition: the president's sworn political enemies. This was the anti-Jackson coalition, a formidable group of political titans like Henry Clay of Kentucky and Daniel Webster of Massachusetts. They were the established Eastern elite, men who viewed Andrew Jackson not as a hero of the common man, but as a dangerous backwoods tyrant trampling on the Constitution. Their motive for opposing the bill was clear, public, and deeply personal. The feud between Jackson and men like Clay was the central drama of the age. It was a vicious political war fought over the national bank, tariffs, and the very soul of the American Republic. For them, the Indian Removal Act was just another battlefield. Opposing it was not just a matter of policy. It was a chance to land another blow against a president they despised. Everyone in Washington knew about the bad blood between these men. It was a political feud that had burned hot for years and showed no signs of cooling. The initial evidence seemed to confirm their role as the sole antagonists. The first powerful speeches against the bill thundered from their corner of the Senate. The most eloquent constitutional arguments, the most dire warnings of national dishonor, were crafted by them. Whispers quickly spread from their closed-door meetings, and friendly newspapers began printing editorials that painted the president's plan as a moral abomination. To any observer, the story was simple. This was Andrew Jackson versus his political rivals. It was a straightforward, predictable fight. No one, least of all the president, was looking for an enemy within his own ranks. While President Jackson focused his fury on his political rivals, the real threat to his agenda was not in the Senate chambers of Henry Clay, but in the rough-hewn form of one of his own men. The most dangerous dissent, the kind that can break a cause from the inside out, came from a completely unexpected source. Congressman David Crockett of Tennessee. No one suspected him. He was a Jackson man, through and through, a fellow Tennessean, a veteran of the Creek War who had served under Old Hickory himself, and the living embodiment of the frontier spirit that had swept the president into office. He was trusted like a brother in arms. But Crockett carried a secret, a motive that was utterly invisible to the political operators in Washington. It wasn't greed, jealousy, or a hidden ambition for higher office. His motive was his conscience. He had lived too close to the land and the people Jackson sought to remove. He had seen the Cherokee Nation firsthand, with their farms, their written language, and their constitution. He had fought alongside Native Americans and against them, and he respected them as people, not as obstacles on a map. For Crockett, this wasn't about clearing land for cotton. It was about a promise being broken, a treaty being trampled, and an act of profound injustice being committed in the name of progress. Looking back, his party colleagues would have seen the signs. As the debate raged, Crockett grew quiet. His usual booming laughter and endless supply of tall tales were replaced by a grim-faced contemplation. He was seen speaking not with party bosses, but with missionaries who had lived among the Cherokee. His questions in the cloakrooms became pointed, not about political advantage, but about morality and honor. His grief, if you could call it that, wasn't theatrical. It was a deep, simmering anger that his colleagues mistook for backwoods confusion. They saw a simple frontiersman struggling with complex policy. They failed to see a man whose entire moral compass was screaming that his own side was wrong. Beyond the personal rivalries and internal betrayals, a third, far more powerful force was at play. This was not a single man or a political party, but a vast, impersonal economic juggernaut with an insatiable appetite, the Cotton Kingdom. The real pressure for Indian removal wasn't coming from the White House alone. It was coming from the relentless thrum of textile mills in Manchester, England, and Lowell, Massachusetts. A global revolution in industry had created an unprecedented demand for cotton, and the American South was its primary supplier. The motive was as simple and potent as profit itself. The old cotton lands of the Carolinas were becoming exhausted, and the planters looked westward with hungry eyes. The fertile, well-watered lands of the Cherokee, Creek, and Choctaw in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi were the prize. This wasn't a local squabble. It was a matter of economic destiny for the entire Southern establishment. The value of the land wasn't measured in tradition or ancestral right, but in dollars per acre and bales per season. This massive, faceless entity had a single, overriding interest: acquire that land by any means necessary. This external threat created a suffocating climate of inevitability. Long before the bill was debated in Congress, the pressure was being felt on the ground. Land speculators, the quiet agents of this economic empire, were already appearing in the valleys. They were not local men, and they carried an air of quiet menace. They brought maps and surveying chains, making offers that were more like warnings. Their presence sent a clear message to everyone, including the Cherokee and politicians like Crockett. This was no longer a negotiation. A tidal wave of money and power was coming, and it intended to wash away everything in its path. In the beginning, the opposition to the Indian Removal Act pursued what seemed to be a clear and righteous path. The first great charge was a legal one, led by the sharpest constitutional minds in the country. They brandished copies of treaties signed in good faith by the United States government that explicitly guaranteed the Cherokee and other tribes their lands forever. On the floor of the Senate, men like Daniel Webster laid out a powerful, logical case. A treaty was the supreme law of the land, and to break it was to break the nation's honor. This seemed like the most promising lead, a direct trail to defeating the bill. But they were tracking a ghost through a legal wilderness. The Jackson administration, with ruthless efficiency, argued that they were not dealing with truly sovereign nations, but with domestic dependent nations living within the borders of the United States. It was a brutal legal sleight of hand, a way of saying that all those promises, all those sacred oaths, could be erased by a simple act of Congress. The trail of constitutional law, which seemed so clear and bright, vanished into the thickets of raw political power. The opposition's most potent weapon had proven to be a dud. Another trail seemed far more promising, the path of simple human decency. Missionaries and religious leaders who had lived among the tribes came to Washington, painting a vivid picture of the civilization Jackson sought to destroy. They spoke of the Cherokees' alphabet, their written constitution, their neat farms and Christian churches. Surely, they argued, a moral nation could not uproot a people who had done everything asked of them to assimilate. This appeal to conscience was aimed directly at the heart of the American people. But this lead, too, evaporated like morning mist on a hot summer day. Against the deafening roar of progress and the siren song of free land for white settlers, the quiet voices of conscience were drowned out. The narrative of the savage Indian, holding back the tide of civilization, was a far more powerful story for many Americans. The moral high ground turned out to be a swamp of public indifference and racial prejudice. With every failed argument and every evaporating lead, a deep frustration set in among the bill's opponents. For a man like Crockett, watching his own party orchestrate this assault on reason and honor, the feeling must have been one of growing desperation. They were firing paper bullets at a stone wall. The fear in the Cherokee Nation grew into outright terror as they watched their powerful allies in Washington fail one by one. The air in the capital grew heavy and cold. The investigation was going nowhere, and the monster was getting closer. As the vote on the Indian Removal Act drew near, a suffocating silence fell over President Jackson's Democratic Party. This wasn't the quiet of contemplation, it was the chilling silence of a political omerta. Within the party ranks, a brutal and unspoken code was enforced. You were either with the president or you were against him. There was no middle ground, no room for debate, no space for a troubled conscience. Congressmen who had private doubts saw nothing wrong with the bill. Those who questioned its morality heard nothing of injustice, and those who knew it was a betrayal knew nothing but the importance of party loyalty. The primary reason for this silence was fear, pure and simple. The fear of one man, Andrew Jackson. His reputation for political vengeance was as legendary as his military victories. To cross Old Hickory was to be marked for destruction. It was said that upon hearing of Crockett's wavering, the president flew into a white-hot rage, vowing to see the Tennessean politically buried in a graveyard of his own making. This was no idle threat. The Jackson machine was a weapon, and it was aimed directly at anyone who broke ranks. Party leaders, acting as enforcers, would quietly remind a wavering congressman of the patronage jobs, the committee appointments, and the campaign funds that could vanish overnight. But it wasn't just fear. For many, it was a deep-seated loyalty to their own kind and a profound suspicion of the opposition. The men arguing against the bill were the Eastern elites, Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, the very establishment figures Jackson had been elected to fight. For a Western Democrat to side with them against their own president felt like a betrayal of the entire frontier movement. It was seen as siding with the bankers against the farmers, with the city lawyers against the common man. They believed their form of justice was to secure a future for white settlers, and the Indian Removal Act was the necessary tool. In this atmosphere, Davy Crockett became a pariah. The psychological toll was immense. Former friends and allies, men who had swapped stories and shared drinks with him just weeks before, now averted their eyes in the hallways of the Capitol. He was shunned like a man carrying a plague. Private messages were sent, begging him to reconsider, warning him that he was throwing away a brilliant career for a lost cause. Every handshake he was denied, every conversation that stopped when he entered a room was a reminder of his isolation. Like old Martha in the mountains whose barn was burned for speaking the truth, Crockett was about to have his entire political life burned to the ground. And still, he refused to be silent. The political battle had been fought to a standstill. Arguments had been made, threats had been whispered, and loyalties had been tested. The Jackson machine, confident in its power, believed it had crushed all meaningful dissent. They assumed that in the final moment, party discipline would prevail. They had overlooked the most critical clue of all, a detail hidden in plain sight: Davy Crockett's unbending Appalachian character. It wasn't a piece of paper or a hidden object. It was the man's soul, and it was about to be laid bare for the entire nation to see. The turning point came not in a secret meeting, but in the full public glare of the House of Representatives. As the final debate on the Indian Removal Act took place, Crockett rose to speak. The chamber fell into a hush. This was the moment of truth. He wasn't supposed to speak. He was supposed to fall in line, to cast his vote with the party and save his career. Instead, he unleashed the one piece of evidence that would change everything: a verbal confession, not of a crime, but of a conviction. He looked directly at his fellow congressmen, men who had shunned him and pressured him, and he spoke not of politics, but of honor. "I have been charged with not representing my constituents," he declared, his frontier drawl cutting through the tense silence. "I did not come here to represent my constituents alone. I am a servant of the American people. Justice and honor are my guides." In that single moment, the forgotten clue of his personal code was slammed down on the table. He was stating, unequivocally, that his conscience was a higher authority than his party, his president, or even the people who elected him. The effect was electric. It was a stunning public rebuke of the president from within his own ranks. Suddenly, the perception of Davy Crockett shifted dramatically. He was no longer just a quirky backwoodsman. He was a rebel. The words he spoke were more damning than any secret diary or misplaced letter. They exposed the truth not of a conspiracy, but of one man's solitary, defiant stand. For the Jacksonians, the revelation was horrifying. Their simple story of party unity was shattered. And with that speech, a new and urgent mission began: the complete and total political destruction of Davy Crockett. The air in the House of Representatives was thick enough to cut with a knife. The final vote on the Indian Removal Act had arrived. This was the moment where whispers ended and legacies were forged in iron. The roll call began, a death march of names echoing in the tense, silent chamber. One by one, Jackson's men, many with visible reluctance, answered yea. They chose their party. They chose their careers. They chose their president. The wall of silence was holding. Then the clerk's voice cut through the air. "Crockett." For a heartbeat there was nothing. Then, a voice clear and steady filled the room with a single defiant word: nay. It was more than a vote. It was the sound of a political career committing suicide. It was the roar of an Appalachian conscience that refused to be silenced. In that instant, every man in the room understood the price Crockett had just willingly paid. But it was not enough. The bill passed by a razor-thin margin, just 5 votes. Davy Crockett's personal honor was intact, but the fate of the 5 tribes was sealed. And with the smoke of that final battle still clearing, the true culprits behind this national tragedy were finally and irrevocably unmasked. The mastermind was, and always had been, President Andrew Jackson. His motive was not a fleeting political whim, but the culmination of a lifetime of frontier warfare and a chillingly clear vision of an expanding white America built on the ashes of broken treaties and displaced peoples. His was the iron will that drove the entire affair, the hand that held the dagger. The weapon he wielded was his own Democratic Party. Their motive was not malice, but a toxic combination of fear and ambition. They were not evil men, but they were terrified men, bound by a pact of loyalty that demanded they sacrifice their own morals for the sake of political survival. They were the ones who held the victim down, their silence the most damning testimony of all. But the true dark heart of the matter, The motive that fueled both the president's vision and the party's fear was the vast, impersonal hunger of the Cotton Kingdom. It was not a feud, not a personal vendetta, but the cold, relentless logic of profit. The land was valuable, and the people living on it were in the way. That was the simple, horrifying truth that had been unmasked. In defying all three, Davy Crockett had not just lost a vote. He had made an enemy of the most powerful forces in America, and they would now see him destroyed. The passage of the Indian Removal Act was not a sudden explosion. It was the slow, deliberate turning of a key in a lock, sealing tens of thousands of people inside a tomb. The ink on the law was barely dry when its poison began to seep into the red clay soil of Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. The America that Davy Crockett had fought for, a land he believed was founded on honor, was about to commit a crime in slow motion, a crime whose consequences would stain the pages of history forever. To understand what was lost, you must first see what was there. The Cherokee Nation was not a collection of primitive huts in a dark wilderness. A traveler passing through their lands in 1830 would have seen a nation mirroring the one that was about to destroy it. They would have seen neat, prosperous farms with squared log cabins and smoke curling from stone chimneys. They would have seen fields of corn and cotton with plows that cut straight, proud furrows in the earth. They had their own schools, their own churches, a written alphabet, and a constitution modeled on that of the United States. This was the world that was declared illegal. Then the soldiers came. They came not as liberators, but as jailers. The first sign was not a gunshot, but the unnatural sound of marching boots on a quiet country road, the jingle of military harnesses where there should have been the lowing of cattle. A dread, cold and heavy, settled over the valleys. The world of the Cherokee began to shrink, compressed into small, guarded stockades, a prelude to the long journey ahead. The roundup itself was a scene of quiet, systematic heartbreak. Imagine a family sitting down to dinner, the smell of cornbread in the air. Then, the sound of a heavy boot on the porch, a door kicked open without a word. There was no battle, only the chilling finality of an order given. The family would be forced to stand up and walk away, leaving the food to grow cold on the table, leaving a Bible open on a mantelpiece, leaving a child's doll lying forgotten in a corner. The children, frozen in terror, saw only the grim faces of the soldiers and the tears in their mothers' eyes. They covered their ears, but it didn't help. The world had turned into a hell of sudden orders, followed by a ringing, ghostly silence as home after home was emptied. Then came the march. History calls it the Trail of Tears, but it was a river of sorrow flowing west. It began with the shuffling of thousands of feet, the creak of overloaded wagons, and the crying of children that never seemed to stop. The biting wind of the winter cut through their thin blankets. The freezing rain turned the trail into a thick, sucking mud that pulled at their moccasins and stole the strength from their legs. The old and the sick, unable to keep up, would simply lie down by the side of the trail, their passing marked only by a shallow, hastily dug grave. Davy Crockett was not there to witness this. He was in Washington, a political ghost haunting the halls of the Capitol. But this horrifying procession was the physical embodiment of his every warning. This was the vision that had kept him awake at night, the nightmare he had sacrificed his entire career to prevent. Each snap of a twig under a soldier's boot was an echo of the speaker's gavel. Every shallow grave dug in the frozen earth was a testament to the votes cast against him. This was the national dishonor he had screamed about, now written not in ink, but in the frozen tears of a people betrayed. Davy Crockett's trial did not take place in a courthouse of brick and mortar. His courtroom was the dusty town squares and stump-speaking platforms of West Tennessee during the election of 1835. The charge, laid out in venomous ink by every Jackson-friendly newspaper, was political treason. The prosecution was the full, terrifying weight of the president's political machine, which had sent money, organizers, and a hand-picked candidate, Adam Huntsman, to see Crockett destroyed. The jury was the very people he had once called his friends and neighbors. The atmosphere was electric with tension. This wasn't a campaign, it was a political blood feud playing out in public. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. Crockett had betrayed them. He had sided with the Eastern elites against their president, their party, and their own interests. His vote on the Indian Removal Act was painted not as an act of conscience, but as a direct assault on the dreams of every poor farmer who wanted a piece of that land. They branded him an arrogant traitor who had forgotten the common man. Crockett's reaction to these charges was not one of remorse or quiet defense. He showed nothing but defiant, thunderous contempt. He didn't plead his case, he prosecuted his accusers. He climbed onto the stump and spat his defiance at the Jackson machine, mocking the president as King Andrew I and daring the voters to cast their ballots for a man who would be a mere puppet. He didn't run from his vote on the Indian Removal Act, he owned it. He held it up as a badge of honor, a symbol of his integrity, and he challenged the jury of his peers to show that they valued honor as much as he did. On election day, the verdict came in. David Crockett was found guilty. He lost the election to Huntsman by a narrow margin. The Jackson machine had succeeded. The bear-hunting congressman had been politically executed, cast out into the wilderness by his own people. But this was not justice. It was a political assassination. The verdict was a product of a trial utterly corrupted by outside influence, a result bought with a flood of presidential power and money. It was a verdict that would spark arguments in those hills for generations to come, a bitter debate over whether a representative's first duty is to his own conscience or to the immediate desires of the people who elect him. In the end, Davy Crockett did not accept the verdict quietly. He stood before the people who had condemned him and delivered his own final judgment, the legendary farewell that would become his epitaph. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." He had lost the trial, but he walked away a free man, finally unshackled from the system that had tried to break him. For David Crockett, the verdict of the 1835 election was not just a political defeat, it was a spiritual severing. It cut the taproot that connected him to the people and the land that had defined his entire existence. He was a man without a tribe, a legend who had been voted into irrelevance. This rejection haunted him far more than any bear or political rival ever could. His journey to Texas was not merely a search for new adventure, it was a desperate flight from a world that no longer had a place for his code of honor. He went west, looking for a new frontier where a man's word still meant something, a place where he could fight for a cause he believed in without being branded a traitor. His political death in Tennessee was the direct cause of his physical death at the Alamo just a few months later. One fate was inextricably tied to the other. The victors, President Andrew Jackson and his party, also found their destinies forever altered. They had won. The Indian Removal Act was law, and the lands of the Southeast were open to white settlement, cementing Jackson's legacy as a powerful and decisive leader. But it was a poisoned victory. The horrific reality of the Trail of Tears, the deaths of thousands on that forced march, became an indelible stain on his presidency. History would forever bind his name not just to the victory at New Orleans, but to this act of calculated cruelty. His life was changed from that of a simple American hero to a figure of immense and troubling complexity. For the Cherokee, Choctaw, and other tribes, their lives were shattered beyond recognition. They survived, but as a shadow of their former nations, scattered in a strange new territory far from the sacred ground of their ancestors. They carried with them the trauma of the stockades and the ghosts of those lost along the trail. The political decision made in Washington became a wound carried in the hearts of their people for generations, a story of betrayal and loss that would be told around their own campfires for a century to come. And what of the people of Tennessee, the voters who had cast Crockett out? They got what they wanted. The land was opened, and a new wave of settlement and prosperity followed. But their lives, too, were changed. They had traded a man of unbending principle for a man of party loyalty. In local law, some say a quiet shame settled over those hills, a lingering memory of the great man they had rejected. They had silenced the one voice who dared to tell them a hard truth, and in doing so, they became complicit in the tragedy that followed. No one, from the president in the White House to the smallest farmer in a Tennessee holler, escaped the consequences of that fateful vote. Even now, nearly 200 years later, the echoes of this story are not hard to find. The name Davy Crockett is carved into the American landscape. You can walk through his replica birthsite cabin in East Tennessee, a humble structure of rough-hewn logs that feels charged with the energy of his spirit. Statues in his likeness stand in town squares, often depicting the mythical hero, rifle in hand. But the most powerful and most tragic, tangible remnant of this era is the land itself. The Trail of Tears is now a national historic trail, a scar of memory that stretches for more than 2,000 miles. It is marked by quiet roadside plaques, preserved segments of old roads, and lonely, often unmarked graves that lie just beneath the surface of the modern world, silent witnesses to an epic of sorrow. Culturally, the story has been told in two vastly different ways. One is the roaring campfire legend of Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier. It's a story immortalized in song and on screen, a comforting myth of a simple, grinning hero in a coonskin cap. That legend, powerful as it is a shadow. The true story, the one we have told today, is the one whispered in the halls of Congress and preserved in the dry, brittle pages of the official record, the story of a man's lonely, costly stand for his own conscience. For the descendants of the 5 tribes, the story is not a legend. It is a living memory, a foundational trauma that has shaped their identity for generations. It is told not in folk songs for entertainment, but in their own languages, passed from grandparent to grandchild as a testament to their resilience and survival. It is the story of who they are, where they came from, and what they overcame. It is a fire that has never gone out. The world might remember the cartoon, but the Appalachian Mountains themselves hold the memory of the man. His story is etched into the very character of the place, a permanent reminder that deep within these hills, a code of honor can sometimes grow that is stronger than politics, more unyielding than a president's will, and more enduring than a man's own life. The mountains remember the man who stood alone, and they do not forget. So we return to the question that started it all. Why did one of the most famous men in America turn his back on his country and march toward his own death in Texas? The answer, we now know, is far more complex than a simple thirst for adventure. Davy Crockett didn't just go to Texas. He was driven from a United States that had broken his heart. He went because his government had chosen greed over honor, his party had chosen loyalty over justice, and his own people had chosen land over the man who tried to tell them the truth. The Alamo was not his destination. It was simply the last stop on a desperate journey to find a piece of the world that still lived by the code he understood. This is a story not just of a crime against a people, but of the brutal, soul-crushing cost of conscience. It serves as a chilling lesson in how the machinery of power can isolate, demonize, and ultimately destroy a person who dares to stand in its way. Davy Crockett's stand teaches us that the most profound acts of bravery don't always happen on the battlefield with a rifle in hand. Sometimes they happen in a quiet chamber with a single lonely vote in a cause you know is already lost. It is a testament to the idea that true integrity is measured not by the victories you win, but by the principles you refuse to surrender, even in total defeat. The world may have forgotten the real David Crockett, preferring the simple cartoon in a coonskin cap. But his true story is the one America needs to remember. It is the story of a flawed, stubborn man from the mountains who, at a moment of supreme moral crisis, chose to be an honest man rather than a successful politician. He lost his career, his home, and ultimately his life, but he never lost his honor. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up.